picture was a painting of you, and for a moment I thought you were here, but then again it wasn't true. And all this time I have been lying, oh, lying in secret to myself. I've been putting sorrow on the forest place on my shelf. Da-dee-da. And I was running far away. Would I run off the world someday? Nobody knows, nobody knows. And I was dancing in the rain. I felt alive and I can't complain. No, take me home where I belong. I got no other place to go. No, take me home where I belong. I got no other place to go. No, take me home where I belong. I can't take it anymore. But I kept running for a soft place to fall. And I kept running for a soft place to fall. And I kept running for a soft place to fall. And I kept running for a soft place to fall. And I was running far away. Would I run off the world someday? But no, take me home where I belong.
Okay, I just realized I need to unsubscribe from Amazon Prime today, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And then I'll start the stream properly, but that just means I have to figure out where the heck you do that, because I have no idea. I'm on like the 30-day thing, and today's like the last day, and I don't want to get charged, so. You can live with that. Oh my gosh. They make this way too difficult to figure out how to cancel this, don't they? Have to figure out where this is. Anyway, I think the music might be too loud, or the mic not loud enough. I should figure out how to make the mic, because last time it was like super quiet. So I'm gonna, okay, finally I figured out what I'm looking for. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Sorry, that was taking that shouldn't have had to do that, but it had to be done. Anyway, so what else was I doing? Obviously streaming. Oh yes, I was gonna fix this audio because it was super quiet last time when I was looking through the stream archive. So let's see. Let's just look at OBS because that's what I'm dealing with. So there's somewhere here I should be able to change the. There's like a million things in here. I think it's this I need. Okay. I'm not sure exactly how this is gonna affect the audio, but we're gonna try to put a compressor on it, and hopefully that will help the audio levels. I don't know exactly how much louder this is making it. It should make it louder, so hopefully that's good. I'm gonna try to make this not insanely loud, but it should be louder, so. Okay, hopefully that's alright. Seems like the levels are better, so. If it's still quiet, then let me know. Okay, so I need to go back through the puzzles that I designed last time, because I had like no design brain at all. And I have no idea what any of these puzzles were. Yeah, so I was doing puzzles with these colored dots. It is louder, yay. Okay. Is it loud enough? That would be my question, because like I don't necessarily want you to have to crank it all the way up, but I'm just trying to make it more listenable. Okay. I don't know how quiet the like music is and stuff too, so. So this, yeah, so here I was doing some basic puzzles that were, let me just maximize this. Basic puzzles that are like colored dots, so all these kind of, you just have to like fill all in. Because you need a green dot with a green dot, and a blue dot with a blue dot, and a yellow dot with a yellow dot, so. Let's see. So these are just variations on that. This one I think you have to do like that, because you can't have more than that. Which is pretty basic, but. Okay, so this one, we gotta go here. Separate those off. And then this one, yeah, you have to separate the middle four. So those aren't so bad. So this and that are actually the same puzzle. I don't really know why I did that. This I just need the middle. So that's the same as this. And this one I need to do that. Okay. So, hopefully I'm audible. It seems like I am. At least just based on looking at the levels. Okay. So then I did a bunch of like 3x3 puzzles just to see what those would do. Okay. So these need like that and that. And this needs this. And this needs that. I think you can do a lot of these different ways though. That one's not terrible. I don't know if you can do it like... Yeah, you can do it that way too. Okay, so... Yeah, it looks like putting them across like this makes it somewhat more difficult. I actually don't know if this is possible. I might have just thrown it in there because it was impossible and I thought it was interesting that it was impossible. No, it's possible. There we go. See, that's always good when you have one that's like it's pretty simple but only has like a couple solutions. So this one should be, I would think would be easy, but maybe not. Because that needs to go in a group. And if I do that, then that kind of screws me as far as separating that. If I do this, then I'm also kind of screwed up. So I feel like I need to use this to separate. So it should be like, I wonder if this is possible. Is it possible? I don't know. I can't tell. I feel like it's not possible. It's interesting, because I wonder why it's not possible exactly. It's got an even number, so it's like that has to do with something there. But then there's no way to like take these and separate them. Yeah, I just don't think there's a way to do this one. It's possible. Moxmo says it's possible. Well, Moxmo is always one step ahead of me when it comes to solving these, so. It just feels like there's so little play on this one. It makes it hard. Like, this is the only one that's play, right? Where it's like, okay, is there some way I can separate using that, right? Like, I can't put 3 of these together, so no matter what. I don't believe you, Mogs, though. It's not doable. You can't do it. Impossible. Okay. So I connect there. Honestly, I just don't see it. There it is. God. Shoot. So, like, this will work too. Man. Okay, so that's good. I like that one a lot. So that one's really good. Actually, much better than all these other ones. I kind of liked this one. This one's okay. I didn't like this one so much. I felt like this one was really easy. But this one's not so bad. I feel like it could be made better by locking some tiles, but I was just trying to explore like what I could do without locking anything. Okay, that one's pretty simple. It's not terrible, but it's pretty simple. I'm wondering if there's like, I don't think there is any other way of doing that one. Because I have to connect the blue through a yellow, which means that I either connect that yellow, in which case I do that, or this yellow, in which case I kind of don't really have anywhere to go. Okay. This looks like the same puzzle as an earlier one. I guess it isn't. Okay, so that one just goes through the middle. It's pretty straightforward. Anyway. Hello, Justin and Mokismo. Ugh. How are you both doing today? I hope you're doing good. Okay, so this one I need to connect that. Oh, that's like this same thing. Almost. Except a little bit forced, I guess. I guess I forced you to do it that way, sort of. That was me experimenting a little bit with locked stuff. So this is the really good one here. Like, this was the best one out of that set. This 5130. So I'm just gonna single that one out to begin with and just say, like, put it down here and say I really like that one. Door just knocked. Okay, it's fine. It was just the screen door had opened up. And do an L into that third to the last puzzle. This one. An L, like middle 3 plus bottom right. Oh, you're right. So you can do that or that. Well, that's interesting. So that's the same L as here. So can I do that there? No. Of course not. Yeah. That's not bad. Okay, so, and then I got some 3-color ones here that I think I was really struggling with. That one you just go around. That one you just do that. Let's see. Yeah, I wasn't really struggling with solving those, I don't think. I was struggling with making good ones. So something about that this is doable that way is interesting to me. If I lock those, then you'd have to do it that way. But that also makes it really easy. So if I just do that, then you can do it that way. I guess I could lock that and that, and then you'd have to do that. Or really, I could just lock that one off or something. So I think locking this on means that it has to be done this way. Or that way. So, oops. That was the opposite of what I meant to do. I meant to select the puzzle. So I'm going to look at it over here. So this says there's 10 solutions. I think I'm looking at the wrong panel. So this says there's 10 solutions. Let's see, what are they? Oh. Interesting. So you can also do it that way. So you can do an L that way and an L this way through here. So this actually had quite a few more solutions than I thought it did. Huh. 2, 2, 4. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's got to be at least one, right? I feel like there's got to be at least one of these that's particularly good. Even at that, like, this one's not terrible. But it's true, it's like going to be 2, 2, 4. And that's kind of limiting. But I do want to keep experimenting with it. Did not expect there to be 10 solutions to this one. I mean, obviously that's 5 solutions, which is this one, that one, this one, that one, and this one. Huh. Yeah, the brute force thing does kind of come in handy. I feel like this one, this is what's novel, is this solution particularly. Like the L thing. So if I took this one and I said locked it there and there, then you have to do it that way. But I feel like that's too prescriptive to lock the corner down there. If I do it that way, then you can do it that way to solve it. I think that's it at this point. No, it's not at all it. So there's that. I should still be able to do an L then. Yeah, this one I can still do. So really, to me, I guess make sense as far as what's locked. You lock that and that. I don't know if that's okay though. Let's see. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, locking one is just gonna cut the number of solutions in half, I know, but it's just about thinking about, like, what's the... Like, obviously the minimum I need is 2 to lock it into being more or less related. It's just about what are the right ones. Like, obviously I can go and say, alright, look at all the solutions. That would be a nice thing to have as another tool. Would be a way to say, okay, I like this solution, and I want to know, like, what are the things that are unique about this solution tile-wise versus all the other ones. Seems like the only unique thing really is, like, if I do like this, is that... Okay, so that will let me do any of those. So it doesn't really look like there's a great way for me to lock it down. This way you do that way or that way. Or this way? Okay. Huh. So I just been trying. I was trying to come up with things that felt good without locking stuff. Anyway, I have some other panels here. So this one's only got 4. Yeah, it feels pretty easy to solve to me because you just kind of, yeah. Like, most of the basic things you try seem to work there. Let's see how many this has. 8 solutions. A lot of these have really similar solutions too. This one's just doable a lot of ways. I mean, it's just not enough dots or something. It's kind of hard to do anything too surprising with something this small, though. Feels like. I have to check my phone to check chat. Okay. Well, like, it's okay for them to be easy, but it's like, I kind of want interesting. And, like, it's interesting to have this one, but there's no way I can really, like, force, without just locking tiles, you to do one thing or the other, so. Well, I'll try it anyway, I guess, but it's definitely not ideal. So I kind of would like to just have stuff that's tricky without locking stuff, which I could try more puzzles like this, but I'm not really sure how many combinations there are of this set, because any puzzles that are going to be like, for example, if I got rid of 2 dots, any puzzles that are going to be this simple are going to be like really simple. Like, you just have to group 2, right? So it may not be impossible to make something challenging here, but okay. So if I moved this over here, that's still doable. If I put this in the line and move that, okay, then I can do this. So yeah, still pretty easy. If I put 2 more, then that's basically doable there by going through the middle. Which, that's this puzzle here, so. Which is fine. I don't think that's terrible. Okay, so I'll pull this one, this one here out, and say that that's all right. I kind of like that one too. I'm just trying to whittle down these sets into puzzles that I think are actually kind of not terrible. And I don't like limiting it that much to do that. I liked this, but the fact that it has all these other solutions, I don't really know what to do with it. Like if I change this in some way, like if I was gonna do it that way, then I'd have to take it to where blue and blue switch places, right? Like that makes that work. If I put that over there, that makes that work. So that puts me at 2 solutions of going through the middle, right? That's not so bad. It's like the same solution as that other one, but so I don't think there's any others like particularly jumping out at me. Like I don't know any way to force this solution. I guess I could make it blue, blue, and then that, but then that feels like there'd be another solution to it. I'm gonna look at it anyway. Like if I made it blue here, and then blue here. Oh no, apparently that limits it to that. So it has to be done that way. Interesting. Okay, well then I think I'll do that one like that. If my dog goes off, then I apologize. I need something to drink. Okay. So what's it doing? Does anyone remember? Oh, I was just gonna check some other things. Okay, so that has to be done that way. This one's kind of cool, but I want to do some more 3x3 with 3 colors. Which is true that I'm pretty much limited to one particular amount of different colors. Like it's always going to be, as Moximo said, 2, 2, and 4. I can try 4 colors with that, which would be just 2, 2. Well, no, because always 4 colors is going to be solid by default. Like if I took this and made this green there, then by default it's solved, right? Unless I start locking things and saying, well, this needs to be on and that needs to be on. But then you could just do that, right, as well. So you'd have to say that's on, that's off. And so if I if I locked one on and one off, then it's like, okay, well, this has got to be off, so that's got to go with that, and that's got to go with that. So that's interesting in the way, but it's very deducible. Very deducible. That's interesting. I mean, that's one way to squeeze something else out of these. It's like if I lock them down. That's doable that way. Seems like this thing doesn't have that many possibilities to begin with. Huh. You can just use the middle separately, but yeah. So then you just lock it that way. It's like, oh no. Yeah, that's pretty basic, but it's not terrible as just a basic idea. Even though it doesn't make a tricky puzzle, it's kind of interesting in a way. If I shuffled up the dots a little bit more, it might be better. Like if I took, put this here and then put that there. Yeah, shuffling them up like that is a little bit more interesting, I think. Even though it makes virtually the same thing. It's kind of interesting. It's like one of those interesting in the abstract type puzzles where like the idea is kind of cool, but it's not particularly difficult. Alright. Anyway, so let me try some other puzzles with like this setup. Because it's possible that like by locking some of these I can make some tricky things. Now this particular layout is just bad. So that's pretty simple there. And there. Put 61 there. So I put like that all together. Huh, interesting. So that must be like the first one over here, right? Basically. Only it's a little bit more forced on that one. So that can be done that way, or that way, or that way. screwing around with this like 40 minutes. And I don't get a lot done. So I do that, then I basically get that again. Well, I can just kind of do something kind of like that other one I did and just take this idea of like this, I guess, but that's like that's a 2 color. So let's just think about that. If I just kind of did it like that's pretty basic. I feel like I need a bigger panel to make that more interesting. And in this case, that might as well just be a disabled tile. But yeah, like if I say that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I would just add one more set basically. So if I do like that, then I just need to have that separated. But if I shuffle them, let's see, so how would you do this? Just take red and mix with the yellow. I got too many blues, that's the problem. Interesting. So if I put red there like that, then it's doable. But they have to be both the same color, whatever I put there. Kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. So it feels like this size, with that filled in, is gonna be more interesting as far as 3-color puzzles, without jumping up to this full next size. Huh. Interesting. So a lot of possibilities there, though. That's pretty basic, though, because they're all grouped. So anyway, I'm going to save that panel. And build another one. It's a little bit different. Oh man. Oh no. Am I dropping frames? Seemed like I was dropping some frames there. It's pretty bad because I set the thing pretty low. Let me turn off my Dropbox syncing. That would probably help. And close Steam. Okay. Just try to free up some bandwidth. Okay, so let's see. Let's build us another Pizzy. So if I do like this, just to start shuffling things around, swapping things, it means I can do this. If I take and put like this down here and move that up there. Let's see. Well, I need to have the reds together, so this might be hard. Like that's got to be connected with that or that. And blue's got to connect up here somehow. Huh. Blue, red, yellow. Huh. Blue, red, yellow. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually possible because the yellow is isolated. Okay, it doesn't look like there's any solutions there because this yellow is like isolated, so I have to get it in a group, but it's going to end up isolated. So that's interesting. Yes. Is the album like mostly done? I think it is. Yeah, we're off at the other stuff. Let's see. Let's listen to. What should I listen to? There's a lot of things. I'm gonna start this one over, I guess. Well, I'll just start this one over. Why not? Unless somebody's got a better idea. Okay, so that's impossible because I stuck the yellow down there. If I pull the yellow out, then at that point it should be possible. Let's see. Red, yellow, 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 red, blue. Yeah, so that's possible. You can also do it that way, which is interesting. So blue doesn't matter here, actually, which maybe makes this easier than it would be otherwise. Like if blue can go with that or with this. Now if I pop, oops, if I pop blue over here instead, then it should kind of enforce this. Well, maybe not. It gave me some other weird solutions. Interesting. kind of interesting. So we're gonna save that one and then kind of iterate off of that. Okay. Let's see. Now with this size, I can do. Let's see. 12. There's 12. So I could add 2 dots of 3 colors, basically. So in other words, I could add in like that and have dots on every square and 2 of each color, of 3 colors. So it seems like this might be the right size for 3 colors of dots anyways. So I don't think this is... Okay, so that's doable that way. Huh. Okay, interesting. So you can do this both this way and this way, which is really weird. Interesting. Like a lot of solutions there. I would not expect it to be that many, but I guess it gets hard to kind of shuffle these up when you have that many different dots. Okay, I've screwed up somewhere. That's the problem here, is it's actually hard to keep the counts. Okay, it's supposed to be like yeah, I miscolored those. Yeah, this one was supposed to be blue, and then this one was supposed to be red. So I was trying to cluster them together more and see if that made it harder. A lot of solutions. Ugh. Six of one color and 2 of the other. Oh, 4. 2. Okay. Two black, 2 white, 4. Yeah. So 6 color and then 2, 4. 6, 4, 2. So like that kind of thing. So they're obviously too clustered at that point, but okay, so let's try shuffling these around a little bit. So that's still doable that way. Sometimes I kind of do them in a little bit of a, I guess you'd call top-down design, where I do this, and I just gradually keep shuffling to try to eliminate the solution that I'm at. Problem is that you very quickly get to unsolvable doing that method. So this is not solvable, which is interesting. It's because this is red here on the edge. And if I have this cluster, then I have to do 2 and then 2, or 2 and then 2. So one of these has to not be red. Like if I do that, then that's separated. I still think it's impossible though. Yeah. It's because that's touching. So if I move that over there, then it's doable. If I move this up here, that's doable that way. Put this down here and that up there. I don't think this is doable either. The problem is that blue, yellow, blue, yellow. So if I had another yellow, then it would be fine. That's fine. But now I've got this red here. It's gotta be separate. Anyway, this is solvable though. Yeah, that's not terrible. So what's the other possibility here? Okay. I see. So it's solvable that way or that way. You just have to do it that way. That's kind of interesting. Let's see. 6 forces 2 separated groups the same color. 6, 2, 2 would be a more reasonable start with 2 blank. Probably, yeah. Let me save this one and then I'll do one like that. Anyway, sadly I did not get a chance to work on this much. Well, really at all this week. So I'm just kind of working from what I had done last weekend. Okay, so yeah, having blank ones gives you kind of some play, so that's at least a thing. So if I If I do that, then that gives me some play there. Why is it blue? Why did that font turn blue? That's really weird. Oh, interesting. I really don't know why, actually. So I can do that. So 6 means, yeah, I have to separate into 3 groups. It's really 3 separated groups. Just by virtue of having the 6, it's got to be in 3 groups. This cluster in the corner kind of, I don't know, I guess I gravitated towards it because it's sort of what worked for some of the other ones, but so I can't move any of these dots up here, I don't think. Unless I group them there, I guess. Like if I moved that up there, then that has to be a group like that. That's probably close to all the solutions. Yeah, there's that and that. There's a little bit of play there. I guess if I moved this here, then that's got to be like that. Yeah, interesting. So now this is a puzzle that has literally 2 solutions. That and that. But yeah, just like shifting that over there, so you have to kind of think about, okay, well this guy's got to get connected that way, is kind of interesting. I mean, you could do it the other way, but I should probably do another panel where you have to connect them, where you have to do that and then leave that as it is. Yeah, we'll try doing that. But that one's actually not bad. Generally, if I can limit it to just the inversions, like just 2 solutions without having any locked tiles, then I consider that pretty good. Okay, so I was thinking, I'm just gonna pull these out here for a second, because I was thinking doing like, anyway, I'm getting confused. I was thinking about doing this, and instead of being like, because the other one was like this and then that, right? Connected through. So I was thinking like connect this and then connect that. This is pretty top down, but so if I do like that, and then I do like this. If I made this like another color like this, then that would be doable. But it's also very doable any other way too. Unless I shuffle all of these. Like if I moved this over here. Red, yellow, blue. There's too many blues. There's a lot of solutions to that. I guess I was kind of wondering if there's some way I could make one that you have to go all the way around like this in order to make it work, you know? I guess you could as long as you did that, but I think that's probably got more solutions than that. Okay, so I need to make it sure that you can't connect that is the thing. I'm just not sure how I can do that. I guess if I put them, well, even if I did this, it's still doable that way, so. That's even worse. Oh, interesting. I actually don't know that this is possible with the going around. It just seems like no matter what, you're going to end up with something. Oh, nope, I found it. So that's got to be done that way or this way. I don't know. It's just a weird thought that occurred to me. So we'll save that. It's not amazing or anything, but it's kind of neat. Puzzle designing, it's actually, it's kind of interesting, but like it's slow going sometimes. Like the moments when you're like, oh, that's really good, and you know that it was like a really good puzzle are pretty rare. So let's unlock that. Let's try shifting these around a little bit just to see what that is. Because this is like a bunch of colors. And I don't know whether it's doable. Okay, so there's a solution here. It's not there. So yeah, so that's the solution. Which is doable too if I put this here. It's doable some other way as well. Okay, so now it's doable that way. Huh, interesting. Anyway, we're gonna go back to what we were doing, which was, I think, so it's a 622. Like that kind of thing. So it forces 3 groups, basically. I think that's not doable, yeah. So that's always the thing, is it's very easy to make one that's not doable simply based on where I've put that other one. I got too many blues. I think I really kind of did the main one. Like back here or somewhere, wherever it was. Maybe it was this one, I think. Oh yeah, I was gonna do one that was like a different way, wasn't I? I forgot about that. I was gonna do like this. I'm gonna have to clear these off to know what the heck I was doing. I was gonna do this, where you had to do it that way. And other than that, so I did this way, so actually can't think of so this one I believe I made you do this way. Yeah, okay. So the idea was you deliberately should have to connect these, not the other way around. So that's pretty basic because of where the play is at. This is almost interesting. Yeah. So what other solutions are there here? There's 2 solutions. If I lock that, no, there's still 2 solutions, it says. So it's that or that. Interesting. The thing I kind of liked was the idea of that this needed to go all the way across, and then you had to connect this one. If I could connect like down there, that would be interesting too. If I go across and then connect. I'm not sure there's any way to force that though. Because obviously, like, if I do this, then that works, right? It's like, well, okay. Of course, there's also more solutions now. When I'm thinking that, then it's like, makes sense to put it like that. That's more solutions even. I can do like, how can I do this? Do that. So there's a lot of things I can do there. But I was thinking about that. Because it just feels weird to like either to go across and connect there or go across and connect there. And I feel like there should be something there. I don't really know what exactly. Like if I do like this, then that naturally means that this has to go separated, right? I can't really do that, because then what's this going to be other than a blank one? Because like if I do this here, like this can also be done other ways. So it's going to be that way, then it really ends up being that or something. What if I shift this up? It's really hard to narrow these kind of things down. I guess that pretty much is going to require me to do this. So what are the solutions here? Okay. Pretty much that, and then the little bit of play that it has. But if I actually moved these over, right? Oh, I guess it does reduce the solution space. Interesting. Okay. So that has to be done like that. I kind of wish that it could be a little different, but I guess I'd have to make it longer. Like, I'd have to make it one more tile this way to be able to fit in anything in these gaps. But I'm going to try that anyway. So we're going to say that that's that panel. And we're going to make another panel. And we're going to make it one wider, so it's going to be a 5 by 3. I wish I had a little click to like shift all the things. So I'm just going to clear it out and copy it based on the other one. So I know that that should be like this. Because I was sort of thinking. Interesting. So that still has to be done that way. Even though there's that big gap there. Now if I move this here, what does it give me? Okay, so it gives me a little bit of play. What if I do this? So that starts to have different things. Okay, so this actually is only doable this way. And that way. Okay, so that was kind of what I was thinking. Was something like this. It's like a little bit confusing. But the solution is super duper simple. So that's cool. I might want to try a variation on that though, just to see whether or not it can be made a little bit better. So if I do this here, okay, because I can do it that way as well, and it still has to be done this way, which is kind of interesting. I don't know which is better. I feel like, yeah, doing those as that same color is good. It might even be better to do it this way, because the more you have like that, well, maybe not, because that's pretty clear that that needs to be connected over there no matter what. Well, maybe not, because it's still, you could think like, well, maybe I do it like this. And you'd be like, okay, well, how am I going to do the others? Whereas like doing this, I feel like you might think that you're going to connect it like that, and so it makes it a little harder. Doing this, makes it simpler because you're connecting what's closest. And so really probably this is the best version that I can do of that. And if I did like another color for these guys, then that's no good either, because then it's like pretty clear that these need to be connected. And so then you're like, well, at that point, what can I do? Oh, that's got to get connected, and that's got to get connected, and that's got to get connected, and then you solved it. So you can deduce it a lot easier when you have more colors there than when you have less. So. Yeah. Okay. So so we'll just go with the previous iteration of that. And moving on. Oh man, I've only been streaming for an hour and a half. I feel like I've actually now I feel like I've got a lot done. Like, there's a lot of puzzles here, by the way. Just sitting around. I'll have to go back through those at a later date, but. So let's look at the 4x4 2-color ones that I did and see if I actually like any of these. So this was like one where I was just trying to be like, what's the basic thing that you have to do at this size? For some reason I locked this one, I'm not sure why. Okay, that's pretty easy. I don't know what the solution space here is. Problem with 4x4s is I think my well, okay, I guess it found all the solutions. Okay, so there's a checker there too. So that's probably why I did that, was because checker, you can do the checker, and I didn't want you to be able to do the checker. Huh. You can also just do that, right? So that's also, I was just trying to discourage the simple solutions here. So it might actually make more sense to do one where you actually it forces like one of these, you know, like it forces a simple solution. I guess that doesn't force a simple solution. Huh. I feel like the checkerboard is the more interesting thing, but I really don't know a good way to force that. Like if I do this, that doesn't really force it because you got your checks and you got your other thing. So if I do that. Doesn't force it either. Huh. I don't know a good way to force the checkerboard thing there. It's kind of interesting. Let's see. Let's look at this guy. I want to do them that way, but I can't. Okay, this looks impossible. It's not. That one's actually kind of cool. I like that one. So I'm going to pull that one out just because I liked it more than the others. It's better than the... Oh, I didn't need to duplicate it. Game design, it's so glamorous, kids. You this is what you should grow up to do. Okay, let's see. Is this doable? Because I swear I put one in here that's not doable. So that's casting doubt. It's casting doubt on all these other ones. That's what makes sense to me, but I guess I could split it like this. Yellow, blue, 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 yellow, yellow, yellow. So it's this extra yellow situation that's going on here. No thing's possible. Think's impossible. Let's go. Let's run our solution checker and see if it's impossible. Oops. Impossible. Okay, so this one's not possible. I put it here for no apparent reason. But I almost felt like there's something going on with it. It was interesting. I think the problem is these blues right here are what screw it up to where you can't do it. But yeah, I think that's almost doable. If this was like a third color here, that's totally doable. Like if I put that as green, or just red, I guess it's fine. So now there's a bunch of solutions. I was hoping that there would only be like one solution, but actually it doesn't have less. But if I put this up here, see if I go 62 and 61. feel like I'm not quite getting where I wanted to get with that. But if I put this here, is this doable? It is. A little more interesting this way, though. I don't know why I'm sitting there modifying that, but seemed almost good, so I thought I'd make some tweaks to it. Okay, I think we ran off the end of this album again. So I gotta put something else on. I'm not sure what. I didn't get any suggestions last time, so. Let's find something. Too many things. Why be that creative? Let's just put something on. Misspelled that. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I will be back. Alright. So, I'm gonna look at this one, I guess. Okay, so that must be why I did that one. Yikes, there's a lot of solutions there. A lot more than that one. Even though I kind of liked the fact that I found a solution that required me to do like that kind of thing, you know. I can't really think of anything to force that. Like even if I lock these, that's not gonna reduce the space that much. Plus that was the part that I wanted you to figure out, right? Is like to separate the blues that way, right? If I put this here, I feel like these could be done with different colors. Like if I go red here, and red here. Huh. All right. I actually made there be more solutions, which is really strange. There's less there. It's kind of weird. You'd expect that to reduce the number of solutions significantly, but it kind of doesn't. I think that's still a solution, but there's just a lot of solutions. Yeah, I don't really know. There's no way I can see to reduce that so much. Oh, anyway, that was just to reset that. I'm actually not sure how much longer I'm going to stream because I'm starting to not feel super well. Let's try that. That. I can't really do that. this one's pretty constrained. Find solutions on this one. So there's only two. So this one's kind of tricky. Seems like. I feel like this yellow has to be connected like through the blue. Then I'm not really sure how it's going to connect otherwise. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that one wasn't too bad. It's actually a pretty good one. I like that one, so we're going to pull that down too. So I mean, checked all these panels that I did last time. But that's okay. It's important to go through stuff and see what's good and what isn't. I think this was starting to try to do more colors. Okay, so those have to be grouped. But we can group blue, red, blue. Okay, but this red has to be separated. Yeah, it was okay, I guess. Yeah, and this is just supposed to be a basic combiner thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why doesn't that work? Oh, it's 6. Excuse me, I thought it was 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6. 4, 5, 6. There we go. Yeah. I don't know what's a good starting one for these. I think we had discussed that last time, and I'm not really sure. I think you said something like this, where you have an odd thing. It's kind of better. So you kind of go from that to that or something. This one's another trick one, where it's supposed to be like, you don't necessarily have to group this with one of these. And this one I already solved, but I think that's to remind you like that doesn't have to be like that either. Oh yeah. See, this one is like this. Do this one this way too. Yeah, these are not bad. These are all actually pretty good. So I'm mostly happy with these. Is there any difference to these? I guess not. I guess I must have just been trying to come up with something else. Yeah, here's another trick one that's supposed to be like... Yeah, so that's actually a better version of the one up there. Where I'm trying to be like, yeah, you can combine them, but also you don't have to necessarily combine them. Maybe this was the one. I don't remember which is better. So it's kind of better because it's a 4x4, I feel like, than the smaller one. Yeah, this is another one that's supposed to be like tricky, because you're supposed to be like, okay, do I combine? I can't combine that 3 with that Y or that one, and the 4 or the 6. Yeah, so this is just like, yeah, it's supposed to be like that. Basically, another tricky one. Oh man. Past peak brain. These puzzles are a little bit tricky to be, but most of them seem pretty good, at least. I feel like starting with... starting with something like that is probably best. Trying to think of what's a good progression, because it feels like we want to start with one that's like this, where it's got an odd number of dots, so you're like, well, I guess I can maybe connect this to that. I kind of like this one better, just because there's like 3 dots and 2 of those, but also kind of like this because it's just tricky, because you're like, okay, I probably need to connect that to that, and then you're like, well, I can't really connect. The thing I've not illustrated specifically is the fact that even though you can connect these, you can't have more than one in the same thing, so... So I need that. That's a thing that I definitely need to have. It's like, you can't connect that way, basically, right? So that would be like this, only with a 3, so that you'd have to connect like 3 and 3 or something, but that doesn't really work. So let's try modifying this one, since this one's the same as the one before it. Let's change it a little bit to where it's... So I put a 3 and a 3. Then that would work if it was like this. Right? Oops. If it was like that. Because that doesn't work, but that's still not really what I want. Oh, hello, Keenan. I'm glad that you are interested in game development, I mean, that's what I'm doing here. Well, I'm doing puzzle design at the moment, I guess, but let's see. So what was I looking for here? Oh, yeah, I was looking at this guy. So I'm trying to come up with a puzzle that expresses this mechanic in a good way. It's like that works here, or really anything that's connecting that, but I need something where you have to like not connect it, like you have to like be like, no, I don't want to connect those, which I have here in the sense of like but yeah, so it'd have to be something like that where it's like you need to connect it in a weird way so that these things are like that. I guess that's kind of what I did here. But that's not really what I did. This was just sort of white can go with black. Sure, yeah. I mean, I'm making a puzzle game, so like a big part of the design of the game is just like basically going and just designing a whole bunch of different kinds of puzzles and seeing like which ones stick. Like the broad exploration part takes a certain amount of time, and then like the whittling it down and filtering out the bad ones takes some time too. Like you want to find as many puzzles as you can, but obviously not all of them are that good, so you kind of have to kind of pare away the bad ones. I can't have 4 black there, so it's like I can definitely do a thing that's like this and separate out. Separate out that. I'm gonna make another panel here so I can test this. So let's see if I put like another dot here. So then that problem is you can connect them. Whereas what I want is to force you to do this, basically. So I need like a 2 there or something so that can go and see that. Well, that connects there. See, that's the hard part. It's making it to where you can't connect it. I can make this 5 and this 1 though, so that it's like, well, that doesn't connect. That's really no good. If I do 2 here, then it doesn't connect. It has to isolate. So then make that 4. But yeah, so that can't connect anything. So we know we have to separate by basically process of elimination. We know it has to either go that way or this way. Yeah, I guess there's a few other possibilities you can do that, and some other odds and ends, but generally speaking, it gets the point across that I wanted it to. So. I am not full-time, unfortunately. I can't really afford to be full-time, so, I just work on it in my spare time. I am from Tennessee, East Tennessee, actually. In land of the U.S. U.S. of A. Anyway, but yeah, no, I can't afford to work on it full time. I don't have that kind of money. So I do have a Patreon where I get some support from people, but it's not really enough to work on the game full time. Okay, so but no, not full time. I have been working on it for a while though. Well, I guess there's been a few times where I was kind of full time on this game, but yeah, there's a whole game there. Actually, there's some stuff over here that needs to get reintegrated there, and that needs to get reintegrated, and that area needs to get reintegrated. But anyway, so there's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of these are just puzzles floating out in the void that I'm working on designing. So, but that's cool. Let's see. Hopefully I'm audible. I never got any kind of confirmation or whatever from anybody. Okay, so as far as like doing a sequence of these, like this doesn't really have to be 6. This could be 4, but I think I didn't want you to necessarily just immediately do it. I wanted you to actually know what this symbol means too. So then this is just supposed to be basically taking that and applying it. Like the next thing, it really shouldn't be that. It should be taking this and applying it a little bit differently, I feel like. Which really means having 4 and having you have to connect. So that's really what I need to do with this panel here, because I need to make that where you got 4 dots and you have to connect them like you know, separately basically. Which would be sort of like doing this maybe. Obviously that's a solution, but I'm wondering how many other solutions there are. Okay, so that's a solution too. If I put them up there, still 56 solutions it says. I guess because I can do that and then separate them that way too. It's a little tricky to try to do one like this where it needs to be connected. It's like I've got this, where I've got an uneven number, and I need one where I have an even number, but they still have to be connected. That's basically what I'm trying to do. So this says 12 solutions. Interesting. So you can actually just do it that way and wrap around it, where you don't connect. I'm trying to make it to where you do connect. Oh, well, it's nice to have you on there. Nice to meet you too, Keenan. I'm glad that you subscribed to the channel and are following the game. I don't know if you've already left, but if not, and I'm not sure I have the link there, but I'll post it. There's a website for the game, which might be worth checking out as well. I write all kinds of stuff about the game there, about like what I'm doing. I try to post there every week. I didn't post this last week because I only worked on the game for a few hours. So, but yeah, awesome. I'm glad that you're interested. Currently the plan is that I'm gonna be streaming every Sunday. So if next Sunday you're around, then I should be around too. So anyway, have a good one. Get some sleep. So I'm trying to figure out if I did this, so I can do that. Gosh, it's really irritating to try to find solutions. It's like a 5 and a 5 to do that. But I didn't really want that. I want, like, you have to connect. But this is the only solution here, which is kind of interesting. If I just do this, then I can do that. Okay, so I do have to connect now because it's just. I think I already had this. I feel like I did. I feel like I had a 6 and a 6 somewhere. Doesn't look like I did actually. So that would just be doing like 6 and 6 there, because then you have to, even though there's an even number, you have to connect. Yeah, so I must have had that one at one point and just lost it. That's good because you can't connect there in the middle. It has to be like that or like that. Okay, so I'm gonna go with that one for this particular panel idea. Oops. Okay, so that's as far as a progression goes here. We basically would have the first panel. Then we'd have this panel. Then I think probably this panel would come after that. Would make sense. Yeah, so that's like I kind of liked this. I don't know, like on the last stream, Moxmo was talking about in the chat was talking about the difference between starting and introducing this concept with a puzzle like this, or with a puzzle like this. You know, because if you start with like something like this or like this, then it's like pretty obvious that you make that association, and then this is just kind of building off of that. Oh yeah. This is not as simple because you have to, yeah. So I kind of like that just because it introduces the white one there, but let's see. I think the next one I had was this one, which was the idea being that you needed to connect the dots, which I think I was trying to do here too. So that's fine. This is fine as a thing where it's like you have to group the dots. You can't group that and then this. Doesn't make sense. So there's no way to separate that without combining. Yeah. So that's good. So what was this supposed to be? This was supposed to be, yeah, another example of where you need to actually do it that way. But I think what I'll do instead is I'll have basically this progression. It'll start out really simple, then this, which is a little bit harder, then this, which is like, oh, by the way, sometimes you still want to group those together. Then we'll go back to this maybe. Or I could do this here and then that, but I don't know. Maybe do this and then go to this one. Got an awful lot of these 6s with this particular shape. Oh. Yeah, there's a website there. You can follow the blog. You can I've got a mailing list that you can subscribe to if you want to, which I'll send out emails whenever the game's done or almost done. That's probably the only 2 emails that I'll send out there. Like I said, I didn't post an update on the blog last week because mostly it was just like I'm just working on these puzzles. Also, I'm always concerned about how much I want to spoil of things on the blog. I mean, obviously, like there's gonna be some things that get spoiled, but I just didn't know because like some of these are like further into this area and they're supposed to be a little bit of a surprise versus like, you know, kind of the starting puzzles up to a certain point are all just like the one color of dot, and so you kind of work through and you do some puzzles like that, and then at a certain point you maybe get here and then it branches off into these multicolor ones, and then these ones, and so it's supposed to be just kind of a like divergent area, and it's supposed to be a surprise. So I was like, I could write about it and just put a spoiler warning, but anyway, I don't know. That's always like the hard question when you're working on a puzzle game, is like, do I stream development of the game and spoil people on the mechanics, or do I remain quiet about it where people don't necessarily know what's interesting about it because they aren't, like, I'm not being public? Like, this is also a basic one where it's like you need to keep them separate. So I don't know which is better, to do like this kind of thing or to do this one. Because this one, like, you have to connect them. And that's kind of interesting. But I think mostly, let's see, because there's like some broad points that I need to cover, right? One of those is you can combine these dots with a symbol of the same color. We don't know that color matters yet because we haven't seen different color symbols, but we can combine that. Kind of feel like I need one that's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, this one is supposed to let you know that, like, you can't just combine multiple things together, like, as much as you want. So I think that comes across there. And then there's supposed to be one about, like, sometimes you might just have to make an area with these and leave the other ones together. I think it's hard to say whether this is good or this is better, because in some ways this is better just because there's two symbols, but it's worse because there's no way you can combine this with one or the other. So you can't think like, oh, I should do that, and then it'd be wrong. It's just sort of like, Well, obviously I can't, so it has to be something else. Yeah, like it's a game that's primarily about just discovering these things and like, ooh, I didn't expect this. This is interesting, and trying to have as much interesting new stuff that you run into throughout the whole game. Is it's kind of, I don't know. It's just kind of confusing to figure out what I can or can't show, and so I just have to say, well, I'm just gonna show some stuff, and if I really feel strongly about spoilers, then maybe I'll warn people. But anyway, so that's that puzzle. Yeah. So the hard thing here is gonna be, I feel like, primarily just pruning. That one's not bad. But yeah, so we take that and that. And I don't know why I'm worried so much about the progression. I'm just trying to see what the gaps are. But I feel like this one goes in there somewhere, or some equivalent that's just like a white and black thing. The idea here was that one needed to be connected and the other didn't. Because if I connected that, then you'd have one, so... I don't particularly love this puzzle, but... feels like I should take this and I should add like one here or something, or I should just do a 2 and a 2, because then you'd think like you do 2 and 2, but you're like, well, that doesn't work because there's too many. So that seems like that can be improved a little bit. Like if I just did a 2 and 2, because then if you're thinking, okay, well, I've got that to go with that, and that to go with that, and that to go with that, it's like, well, that's not gonna work. So then you're like, I guess I do that. So that makes that a little better, in my opinion. Oh man, my brain is starting to like be worn out. I have been doing this for like 2.5 hours. Ugh. Alright, let's look through all these. It'd probably be good to try to solve stuff again, but some of these, like, I've already kind of seen the solution. But like this one, I think the point of this one was to remind you that you can combine the shape with the other dots, even though they're different colors. So I don't actually have, have that, like a puzzle that more succinctly expresses that idea. It's just like, oh yeah, you can combine like these things together or whatever. And then this, I guess this one is that. Basically, this one is saying like, yeah, you can combine. I don't feel like it needs to be 6s though. It could be 5s. I think this is also doable that way though, yeah. Which is kind of interesting. I don't force you to do it that way, though. Huh. I could make that type of solution work, though, by adding some other things, like if I did that, and then made this 4 and 4, yeah. I'm wondering what that would do. I guess you could also do, I don't know. Can't really. Is there only one solution there? It says there's 3 solutions. Yeah, I guess you can do that or that. Like, you don't actually have to box that in completely. That's kind of interesting, so I think I'm gonna save that as one. Started to feel less terrible, thankfully. I was feeling kind of bad earlier. You can also do that. So that's interesting how many solutions there are to that one. I guess if you did black dots in the center, then you would have to do it that way. Like if I did this with 2 black dots in the center. I don't think there's any way you can do that otherwise. So if you decide 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I don't think that works. So that's interesting. It has to go around. I gotta be careful because I keep like doing these over top of other ones that I already have. Instead of actually just duplicating one to begin with and starting work on it. There's a lot of panels just hiding out over here. Let's count them. 66. There's like 66 puzzles there that I have to choose from. That's probably not going to be nearly that many. In the area as it stands, there's 32. So there's already 32 in the area. I might cut some of them, but generally speaking. And the whole of the game, which naturally includes a lot of puzzles that are going to get cut, there's 334 puzzles in this scene. So like I say, that includes all the puzzles that are currently in the game, as well as all of just the ones that are hanging out, that probably some of which are going to get cut. Okay. I probably need to run through this again and try to figure out what I'm keeping and what I'm not. Because I'm still wondering how to introduce the multicolors. Like, I could obviously introduce it with a puzzle like this or something, you know, where it's like, okay, well, now I gotta have two together, so maybe that, you know, it's just how hard do I start the puzzle, right? Or it's like, well, you know, like it's a difficult question to be like, what's the difficulty at which I start out? Because I could just jump to this and expect somebody to be like, well, maybe I got to put 2 blue together and 2 yellow together, and then solve it from there, right? It's like, how much of a leap do I expect them to take? It feels like something at the level of this is probably okay. Where it's like, okay, well, 2 blue and that, and it's like, okay, like that's probably acceptable. Or even this might be acceptable. As a start puzzle for those. Excuse me. Sneezy. Yeah, I think we'll start with that one. Because I generally like to start with something like, if you have some knowledge already of like the earlier puzzles, I kind of like to start a little bit more advanced and just say, well, you kind of already know what dots mean, but now there's like multiple colors of dots. It might be smarter to do this with red and blue instead of having different colors to begin with, because we already seen the red ones, so it might be smarter to do that. Yes, we'll just do it like this. I think it's yellow, but we start with red. So the idea would be that we continue with the same color, and we just added a secondary color now. So it would be like this. So it'd be like, well, I already know that 2 of these have to go together, so maybe 2 of those have to go together. You know. So like, I just want you to kind of intuit it, right, when you're solving it. Let's see. And then I need to have something like, how does this one work? Okay, so this one's got blue, 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 blue. Okay, so that goes 4 across there. This one's in the middle too. So that one's the same as that, basically. I don't know, maybe it's not enough. Maybe I need to start with something like this, where I do like, I just kind of show you, okay, and then go to that. I don't know what's gonna work. Okay, music has stopped. Ran out of music. Start it over. Okay, so probably like should probably tweet that I'm still streaming. I think I might take another break though. Yeah, I'm gonna take another quick break, and then I will be back to keep going through and try to figure out like the progression for the puzzles, because I think I've got a good set, at least to begin with. I still want to go through and clean up some of these some more. There's like a couple things that need to be done here. I think probably what needs to happen is you need to do these, and then do these, and then do these, and then do that. Because like after this, Like, these are a little bit different than that, but I think that this one is kind of the peak of that kind of thing, and then these are just variations on that, except for this one. This one actually could go in line here. Anyway, so I will be back in a minute and design some more puzzles. We still need to do wild card dots, but that'll come later. So I'll be back in a moment. Okay. We're back. Yeah. So I think I was trying to work on like what I felt like was a progression here. Yeah. This one was supposed to be just kind of a trick puzzle. That's like, oh, well, I should just be able to connect all of them. It's like every one should be dependent on every other one as it goes around that circle. So. And this one's supposed to be a introductory one. I could also have something where it's just like kind of like this one, only I just force the end and then you just kind of have to fill it in. I don't know how interesting that is. Most of these are not particularly interesting to me as like basic puzzles. And like adding a third color didn't really change much either, so for extrapolating from that, hey, I'm back. Yeah. Bonkin's still here. Bon. I guess it'd be Bonkin. Bonkin. Anyway. My concern is just by the basis of the colors are different here, and that it might be confusing if I don't introduce that yellow is also a color that behaves the same way. Which I guess is kind of the point of this one. Was to be like, yeah, there's blue and yellow and so I guess I should probably just do a strip that's kind of like this and just have blue, yellow, and red in the strip. So that would basically be red, and then I don't know what I guess 62 and 61. So 60, 62, and 61 is what I need. So I need 60, 61, 62, 60, 61, 62. I feel like that's correct. I feel like it's a smaller panel to just do that. So that's down here. So yeah, so that would be essentially would start out like that, and to be like, oh, okay, I guess I can do all of them. If I just start it off and lock one on, then it would work that way. I don't have to shuffle them though, really. I could leave them unshuffled and it would be fine. But I guess if they're not shuffled, then you could just do that and that or whatever, and they'd all be separate, right? Feels like I need something that like introduces red connects to red, blue connects to blue, yellow connects to yellow, and then I need to also say they can overlap in some kind of succinct way. That has to happen. And probably a straight line one is not a great way to do it. Like, it would sort of be better to do like this kind of thing, I feel like. Where you're like, okay, that connects. Oh, okay, I see. Like something like that. Does that actually work? No, it doesn't work. I guess any of these would hit it fine. But yeah, if I just have those... together... If I did like this and locked that, and that, then you'd have to do that. So that might be a reasonable way to do it, is to actually just essentially force you to look at it that way, so that you're like, well, okay, I have to do this, I guess. Even though you can do that, I guess, as well. I'm trying to figure out how to do this exactly. Maybe I don't need to have doubled up everything. I just need to do it like that. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's good. So we'll start like that, with like a very simple thing that you're likely to do that and move on, but you could also do it this way. And then, yeah, that's good. That's good. It's possible I should lock it off though, and just do like that, so then you have to do it that way. Could do it actually a taller panel too, where it would be like this. Yeah, I think that's good. So we'll start with like a 3x3 like that. That just introduces the basic thing there. Yeah, that's not bad. It's funny because like I started with like 3x3s and stuff for the for these puzzles, for like the first like one color dot things, and it just was too much. But for these, the one dimensional, these puzzles feel like they're almost not enough. So I was gonna succinctly do this. Then it needs to be like, they just need to have to be mixed basically. So this one needs to be 60, and then this one needs to be 62, and then this one needs to be 61 or something like that. And then it's like and then I can lock. So like lock that on and that on. So then you're like, well, I can't connect that, so maybe I can just connect all of it. So then that just kind of works as a really basic thing to be like, okay, that works that way, and then this works that way, where it's like, oh, it doesn't actually matter. So then you could actually move from there to something like this, where you're like, okay, so what do I have to do here? Well, this, and that would be pretty easy. I don't really need this one then at that point. So I'd say that's pretty good. So we get rid of that, and then this one can come after that or something. Because then we have these two where we don't really have to worry about much. It's just like separate them here, and then it's like, but they can also be combined. So it really doesn't matter. And then this is like the thing where you're like, okay, well, that doesn't work, so I probably need to separate them into twos. And you're like, okay, yeah. So then you can move on to here, because you're like, okay, now at this point I know what's going on. And be like, okay, well, it's got to be twos there, and twos there. So we do that. This one, and that one is not going to work again, so that way will work. And yeah, these are fun. These are just some like quick things to run through. And I seem to remember this one being kind of tricky. I don't know, it's not too bad. You just kind of run through like that. It's not bad. And that's that. Go around the block thing, which I don't necessarily see a huge need for that puzzle, but it was kind of humorous in a way. Okay, so the other 3x3s here. That's very basic. I think this is pretty basic too. Okay. Oh, I see. I think I'll move that one down there because that one's actually not too terrible. So mostly I'm concerned with, I don't want, like, well, like William Cheer would call puzzle fatigue to set in. Like, I don't want to have a long string of puzzles that all feel like they're basically the same. Let's see. And then these are more colors. I don't remember whether any of these were any good. Seem to recall with this size they were kind of bland. That one's not terrible though. I think I'll move that one down there. I liked that one earlier too, so I'll just stick it there. Just to be like, here's a basic thing that uses more colors and has kind of a fun solution. Something like this is not quite as interesting. It's like very easy to solve. Let's see here, what do we got? Yeah, again, it's like by the time you connected up two of the things, you basically have solved it with those. that. I don't really have the luxury of solving that one now because I've seen it. Like, I've seen that the solution is that. Why do I have this here? Like, what is this here for? I guess because I didn't delete it. Okay, I know I wanted this end one more than I wanted this one, so we're gonna delete that one because I actually liked the longer one a little better. Well, we'll move it out of the way at least. It's not necessarily good to always delete puzzles, just because you like another version of it better. I've been streaming for about 3 hours. It's a good stream. I think last Sunday I streamed for 4 or 5 hours. Gotta get work done. Yeah, so I don't like that one so much. Actually don't like any of those that much. So I'm gonna take these from here over on this strip, and I'm gonna go ahead and move them down. And then we'll just decide which ones we're keeping after the fact. And we'll say these go here, basically. So those will go in line there. I don't remember what this is. I have no idea. I should go look at what those are, actually, because I don't know. There are probably some old puzzles that I've just got far enough down that I've started to overlap with them. Yeah, that's what they are. Yeah, those have the little minus sign. And these ones I don't particularly love. The minus sign ones are kind of interesting, but that's actually supposed to be a wall panel puzzle. It's just I've got the background still turned on. Okay, so let's go through and just take a look at these and see which ones of these are any good. There we go. That one hard. Let's see, this got to either be that or that. I think that and then that. Yeah. They're not terrible. Let's see. Yeah, those are okay for being like quick puzzles. I feel like this one should be the hard one. Here was my better round the block one that I did. I remember that now. But yeah, this is the more tricky one. I don't really use that many colors on any of the other ones. It's just kind of there to be a little bit, break up the monotony, I guess. Yeah, those aren't bad. This one, yeah, I probably need to remove this one. I'm not deleting it or anything, but it's just not, it's not a standout puzzle. Most of the time, the more colors that I get, the more kind of prescriptive they get. Alright, so I don't remember what's going on with these. Okay, that one I didn't like. I remember that. I didn't like that particularly well either. That one's got a lot of solutions. This one might be the impossible one. I don't remember. I don't think whichever impossible one. I don't think I deleted it. Yeah, this is the impossible one. I should probably delete it because it's impossible. And it's just confusing to have it sit there and just be a puzzle that's not solvable when I'm going through. And then, got this guy and this guy. This one I know I wanted something with it, but it's not. It didn't turn out really. Like I was hoping to do something like that or whatever, if I recall correctly. I guess it's still solvable that way, so it's not bad. How many solutions I have? A lot more than that, though. Okay, so this one's got fewer solutions. Is it solvable the same way? No. Yeah, this one I've got a lot of muck going on here. That's not bad. I'll pull those two down for now. They're not terrible, but they're not great. And so those can kind of go down alongside those to have puzzles of that size. It's mostly going to be about cleaning up and trimming away puzzles that I don't like. Yeah, I don't recall that one being great either, but... So then we're pretty much down in these ones, which is the next set, or next type of puzzle. So that puts us at like this for the color shuffling puzzles there. I guess I had this one here. Just a 2-color puzzle. It's a 5x5, which I hadn't built any 5x5s. So there might be some good 5x5s there. Let's see what this one's like. This one's got a bunch of lock tiles, though. I think this one works that way. Yeah, it's not terrible, though. They don't really need to be black dots, though. I don't feel like it can just be, what's the other color I usually put alongside that? 62. No, it's not a great puzzle, but it's kind of cute, so I think we'll put it in there. So we'll say that that's that set of puzzles, and for the time being, that means that all of that other stuff before there is pending deletion. Realistically, I should like be copying all of this other stuff out into like another scene or something instead of just dragging it off into La La Land in the world. But it's kind of how I deal with it right now. It's like these guys are all pretty much pending who knows what deletion, right? But I don't have like a proper area. It's like these are the ones that might probably should be deleted. Like I'll go back through later, and if something strikes me about it, then great, and if not, then delete some. But probably a good idea. Did I actually ever tweet that I was still streaming? I didn't. Tweet that. Worth notifying people. Okay, so. So those are for that area, and then we've got all these where I'm kind of combining more stuff. And this was supposed to be one with the old ones, the old dots, where they don't interact. Which I guess I didn't really do any of those. I didn't do like a set with dots that don't interact with the other symbol, which might be an okay set to do. Okay, so we know we want to start with that pretty much, and that, and that, and that, and that's all good. And I'll probably stuff that right here. So that will go between 148 and 149. So we'll just scoot that out of the way and put that in there. Most of these are all the same size, which is interesting. Like I don't have a lot of small ones here. Not that would make it particularly more interesting, but it might work okay to combine like the dots with these colors too, in some ways. Because then if you have like this one, for instance, and you put like a 5 here and a 5 here, then like you have to solve it that way, and so that kind of makes that its own puzzle. And then we'd have these ones that are kind of a separate set. Yeah, I still don't like this just because like I like it from the base point of being a puzzle that expresses the thing that it expresses, but I feel like it could be a better puzzle, or at least more different. Like using 6s is really confusing. Like, at least if I use 5s. And that's a lot of solutions. I didn't even think about that one. Like that you could separate that way. That's a really interesting way to do that. I don't know how to force you to do that, though. I guess I could force you with another number, though. I could do that. Like with a... Well, no, I can't. Unless the dots are different colors. So if I did it this way, and then made this like a red dot puzzle, then that would work. I guess you could still do that. Let's see. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that should be it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's 5. So it's really like that. God, there's so many solutions to these things, though. So if I instead did it like this, then this should be a solution. So what are all the solutions at that point? They're all pretty much, well, except that one. Because I like that kind of solution. I'm not sure how to do it otherwise. I guess I could do it this way to where it's like they're white, and then these can be there could be a white one here. 7. That's 7. So that's 4 and 3 basically. if I did 3 and 4. Okay, so what are the 2 solutions? That and that. Okay, so that pretty much enforced the thing that I wanted. Now the question is if I make these 67s, because that's what I was thinking. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's a good puzzle. Because then, like, you don't combine this with that. It's the other way around. Like, the black combines with the white instead of the other way. So that makes that good. That's actually pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good, man. So now we're gonna paste that in there. That's pretty good. I like that. Anyway, anybody else joined in yet on the stream? No. We got one viewer. Is it you, Bonkin? Are you the one viewer? I think you are. So I guess that all came out of me looking at that for some reason. But I really like that aspect of these about the, like, the black will combine with this, but it will ignore, like, it'll ignore a different color thing in the same way that it would with the different color dots. That's cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I see. It's just a lot. So how many... Are there like a bunch of solutions to that one? I know we like literally just looked at that a minute ago, but... Okay, so there was that one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of when it came to that design, was this. But I can't think of anything that would actually enforce that. That would be good. I could do this and then have more dots, I guess, but... I think that's what I was doing before, actually. So I was doing, like... that, but it didn't work out. Why is that not happy? I must have typed in something wrong. Oh, those are 5s. Okay. So there's one solution to that too. So that's actually pretty good too. It's like, wow, that's gotta be like that. Yeah, yeah. That's pretty good. Any other interesting solutions that come out of this one? I'll just look through all of them.
a lot of solutions to this puzzle. So that was what I was going off of here. But I can't do that because I need to combine. Oh yeah, I had that originally. I see. Now I could do this one like this, theoretically. But I don't know what the solutions would be at that point. Oh, I guess it would just be this one. So that one's not too bad. Now if I get rid of these, what actually does this turn into? A lot of solutions. Okay. If I did a 4 and a 4, then that would put me on a few solutions. But yeah, doing them like this is actually interesting just because it's confusing because of the colors, whereas if there's none, like you could theoretically do this with just red and like blue dots or something, because they don't overlap, but it's interesting the fact that it's actively seems like it should work a different way than it does. I think that that's part of the key to it. If I do -6 there. Okay, so there's no solution that does -6. -5. Okay, there are solutions with -5 here, where I combine. So what would that be? I guess that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, that won't work because it needs to combine like this. Oh, interesting. That's actually kind of cool. So what are the other solutions? That's the one I like the best. Or that one. Or that one. That one's cool too. The only thing I can think of to fix that is to do like that. Yeah, so that works. Because then those obviously have to be combined. But then it's not as exciting, you see. The only other thing think of is to do this. I guess that works, because then you have to do that or that. Kind of like that a little bit better than the other way. There's a lot of puzzles. I've been streaming for a while. Starting to get wore out. But yeah, that is a lot of puzzles. Do not know what order these should go in, though. This is another circle around the center type thing. Which even just based on these is solvable, so I don't actually particularly like that one. It's not terrible. I kind of like the idea behind this one. Just of using this to isolate the dots from each other is kind of neat. I kind of wonder about a variation on it, though. Like if I took... Let me duplicate that. And if I did a variation here, I think that album's over. I'll listen to this one because I actually had started listening to that last time, but last stream, let me so the thing I wonder about, besides the fact that I don't think this will, I don't think this will let me auto solve it. I think it's gonna abort, yeah. So we do that, and if I did another one there, kind of wonder about that. I don't know. I don't know about that. feels like it's like a bit of a, it's a bit more confusing to do like this kind of thing. Like, it makes it a little weirder, because then you're like, maybe I gotta connect that. But there's no way to do that, so then you have to do it that way. I kind of like that. I don't know that it's better than that, but certainly interesting. I'm gonna try one squished horizontally as well. So we'll try that. 'Cause that might work too. If I took the same design and made it a 4x5 instead. Let's get rid of these. -3 there and 6 there, because then it's going to be like that. I kind of like that too. There's supposed to be another dot, though. The thing I don't know, though, is like, if you did this, I don't actually know that there's, well, I guess there is. I guess you could do it this way. Like that. So that's a possibility, too, if that is doing this kind of thing. Maybe too much, though. Like, I almost feel like it's too much doing that. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. I didn't think about that. Because that makes it actually to where you could do the panel. I think you can only do it the one way, though. Because otherwise you're going to end up with... Yeah, so that means you have to do it this way, which is kind of cool. So I'm going to save that one, and I'm going to do the other one that I had before that. Because then we'll have that here that has to be done that way, and we also will have one here where we don't have this or that. Question is, can that be done that way? I guess it can. The original idea was to do it this way, though. It's interesting that it can be done the other way, though. Like, you can do it this way. So how can I make it to where you can't do it that way? I guess like this. By not letting the things overlap. So if it's like that, and then I go to this, so if I like start that one, and then this one after it. though, because like if on that one that was set up a little differently, then that would be okay. But anyway, doesn't seem like I'm gonna be able to really get what I wanted, which was like this kind of thing, because you can still solve it the other way. Like here you can't solve that way. No, that's what I wanted. How can I make it to where you have to solve it this way? So if I put that there, that works. And if I want to do it this way, I guess I need to make these be -1s. Like that. I feel like it still could be done that way, but I guess not. I could still do that way with the -1. So that's no good either. If I want you to do it this way. The problem is that that's combining it. If I instead were to put -3 here, then put the dots in the corner, then it works. As far as I can tell. Because then that definitely has to be off. But then I don't get the nice parallel that I had between these two panels, which is mostly what I wanted. I wanted you to think like, okay, maybe I do this one like this, and then be like, oh wait, I can't. And then think, oh, okay, I guess I can connect these. So, because here, then it just ends up being that pretty obviously should be connected, I guess. Yeah, it seems like that pretty obviously should be connected. And so it's just, I don't know, it's just really prescriptive. I don't like how prescriptive it is. Is my head sticking off of the camera? It is. Nobody tells me these things. Sorry, I wasn't on camera. I was too relaxed. So that's right, more or less, but the problem is it's just not working the way that I want it to. I could do that, I guess. But then I think I still can do this. Oh no, I can't, because now it doesn't have enough things. So that actually is right. So, yeah. I don't think that's gonna find solutions. 250 solutions. Oh geez, no, that doesn't work because we can combine. Now what if I made them like this? I don't think that would work. I think that would trim it up. No, it doesn't, so that's annoying. Okay, so that works. And I would think that eliminates most of the solutions that are weird, but guess not. Man, it's kind of a bummer, because I was really hoping that I'd find something that was like an equivalent of this. So you'd see these and be like, oh, these are really similar, and yet this one would have to be solved this way, and this one would have to be solved this way. But the problem is this one can also be solved that way. And so it becomes less of a, like, there's a slight possibility that somebody could solve this way and then realize that they solved that the exact same way and be like, okay, well, let me try the same thing. Oh, well, I guess that works again. So I don't really end up with the thing that I want, which is like for you to be surprised, at least by one of them. I can't figure out how I would do it. So without having the 6s in the corners and the 3s in the corners, it starts to look like a different puzzle, so. You know, unless I do the minus ones, it'll work with that, certainly. But I don't have any puzzles that use minuses right now, so. If I added this, then that would work too. Question is whether you could still do it this way. Yeah, you still can. It's still connected that way or the other way. Like, it might just be that I'm just gonna have to accept that it can be done either way, and I can't figure out how to force it to be done one way or the other, but you do that one that way. Yeah. Well, that's annoying. There's other weird solutions. So I kind of just want that or that. So there's just almost a puzzle here that works the way I want it to. Like, obviously this one did, because there just was not enough room to do anything else. So maybe making it too small was a bad idea, but so we either get that or we get that. Problem is that has to connect. Huh. So there's other weird solutions there too. So making it bigger does not necessarily immediately resolve the issue. So if I did this, let me save this last puzzle. So if I do this panel and say that's the base one there, and then I lock certain things about it, I probably can get the solution that I want. The panel is big enough that it aborts solution checking at a certain point, but like for example, if I lock that and that is off, then that gives me 4 solutions. So I've got this weird one and that weird one. So they're mostly the same. They don't have to be symmetrical, but they're mostly the same. I get some kind of combine it with this and make those areas filled in. Yeah, so if I lock those off, then I get that. If I instead turn them on and lock them on, then I should also get a limited number of solutions. So what are the ones I get then? So I get all of the variations on that. Okay. Now if I just lock that on, then what do I get? So I get some where one's on and one's off, which I did not expect to have. To do one that way and then the other way. It's a little bit surprising. So what if we take this one and see how many it's got? Okay, so this one's got actually less solutions. But you can do vertical, seems like, on one and on the other on that one. This was supposed to be not vertical, but it seems like it can do vertical. Like this one was supposed to be done this way. I just can't think of any way to force it. Anyway, I'm going to take a real quick break, and then I'll try to continue tweaking that one, because I want to get it to where you have to solve it either that way, or like it should be solved this way on one, and this way on another. But I'm not sure how to force it, so take a quick break. I'll be back. Alright. Thanks, Keenan, for the host. I don't know if you were streaming or had any viewers. You said you were going to bed earlier, so... Anyway, so I want to be able to force this solution or this solution. And I'm not really sure how to do it. I guess I can just force the middle ones. And it might force it. In case of that one, it doesn't, definitely. Let's try this one. Let's try forcing these middle ones. Let's see what it does. Okay, so still got those possibilities where I could do that. Just strange, like... You'd kind of think... I think forcing that on would force, but instead we get 25 different solutions. This one we got 3, so it's a little better just by virtue of the positioning of the dots. So if I put this here and this here, then theoretically I should be able to do this one. Well, can't do that. I have to leave those open, basically. Make them -1s. Still got 10 solutions. Because now that can combine. $28 solutions. So many solutions. Seven solutions. If I locked just these on, you'd think that would reduce it a lot, but it doesn't really. If I lock all of those, then it doesn't even reduce it that much. Like, obviously those have to be on, those have to be off no matter what. I guess if I do like this, then I should have less solutions. So if I do this the same way as I did the other one, that gives me 2 solutions. One is that, and one is that. Why? That is very strange. Jeez. I'm just astounded at how many solutions there are to these things. Okay, so those are all almost the same. If I say those are off, then it forces that they have to connect there. I probably don't even need these, to be honest, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't. So that means that we're basically stuck with either that or yeah, or something like that, where we gap somewhere in the middle differently. But that's fine. Those are close enough. I'm really wanting that one, and then the other solution where we go through the middle. Where we like basically where these are on instead. And so then you do it this way. But this still gives me 35 solutions. I guess I need to have one here and here as well. So we got that. We can still do this though, which is interesting. I don't necessarily find those to be worse solutions, but they're not necessarily the one I was thinking of. I think those are both fair, but kind of a bummer because I really wanted a different thing. But it does give me two puzzles that are solvable that way, even though they have other solutions too, and they're not quite as good as what I wanted, but because you can also do this one this way and that way. You can also do this one just combining that and that. But that's fine. We'll try that, and then we'll try another variation. Because I feel like if I lock some different ones, then we'll get different things. So that means that we have to do it that way. Just locking that. What if I don't lock both? I just lock one. Okay, so that leaves me with 4 solutions. So if I lock either of those middles, well, if actually I have to lock the right middle one. So I lock the right middle one and that one, then we get forced into this. And this one has some variations, but I guess I should go ahead and copy this one out because I haven't. This has been a lot of puzzle designing. I was streaming for about 4 hours. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think my voice is still probably pretty low though on here. I'm gonna try to see whether or not. Oh, I didn't actually have my compressor stuff set up properly. Let me look at this. Okay, so I can make myself louder here. So I'm gonna get a little louder. Just a little bit louder. Just loud enough to hopefully be louder than the music. But I actually kind of wanted to compress more. So maybe that'll help. Testing. So how's that? It's probably really loud. Let me go back down. That better? Yeah, that should be good. I just don't want to be quiet, but I don't want to be too loud either, so. But that means I should be able to turn the music up a little bit too. Because at a baseline, my voice will be louder too. Okay. Alright, so what am I looking at here? So I'm looking at that panel. I want to be looking at this panel, I think. Anyway, hopefully I didn't blow anybody's ears out with that. So I want to look at what are the solutions here. On the other one, when I locked that, I ended up with pretty much that was the only solution. But that isn't the case here. Unless I lock this one too. Interesting. That's another interesting solution. like that's too prescriptive though. Obviously, if I do this, then that's not terrible. I think that's what I had before, though. Yeah, that's how I did before. Okay. So the best ones, I think, are this one and this one. Like, those are the closest to kind of what I was imagining. If I recall correctly. So we have this version of that and this version of that. So this one, I think, is just the one solution, yeah. If I do just this, then that gives me 4 solutions. That's 2 solutions. Interesting. So I could do it that way. Whereas one's this way and one's that way. And then you have to connect to that. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll take that. I think that's actually pretty good. So then what are my previous variations on that? What did they look like? This is the one that you can do this way, I believe. So I could turn them all on. Like lock them on. Instead of doing that, I could say on, on. That's not terrible. It's not terrible as the third one, so I think I'll go with that. So that'll give me a few variations on the same concept, but different variations on it. I could have got this one and that one and that one. I think this was like, yeah, this one's has to be done not the same way as that, but I think can also be done this way. I don't know. That's a lot of puzzles. Jeez. How many puzzles is that? 27 there, plus 8, 19. So, yeah, that area is going to end up being pretty big. I'm going to stream for about 4 hours. My brain is starting to shut down. I think I might how do I like not auto host? How do I host manually? Anybody know how to do that? I don't remember. Do not remember. But I think I'm gonna end the stream. Do not know how to host. I'm gonna end the stream. Again, I might come back on later. I'll upload this archive to YouTube as usual. But looks like Handmade Hero is going, so I'm not sure if I can host Handmade Hero. I don't know. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how to host a channel. It's not happening. Well, since I can't figure out with their crazy thing here how I'm supposed to host something, I'll just leave it at that. And I will see you all next time. And we'll probably be we'll be moving towards finishing up the majority of the puzzles for the dot puzzle area, if I don't get a chance to work on it between now and next Sunday. I will see you all next Sunday. As I've said before, you should follow the channel. There is Taiji-game.com is the blog, the devlog, so you can follow that there. You can sign up for a mailing list there if you want to be notified when the game's going to be released, which will be a while from now, of course, but certainly notify people about that. I have a Patreon, patreon.com/mv, which you also see at the bottom of the screen over there. And you can support me there. Anyway, I'm getting sleepy. So thanks everyone for coming out, and I will see you all around. Bye.